Good morning, councillors. We will kick off today's proceedings. So we start with the Environment Community Committee meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council. So this meeting is open to the public and also be live streamed. So I'd like to thank those in the room with us today and also acknowledge everyone watching via council's social media channels. So just today as well, so we will adjourn the meeting at 9:45. And then the committee meetings of today will resume at 10:45. I'd like to acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands which we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. I'd like to say good morning and welcome to the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, fellow councillors, the CEO, the General Manager of Environment Communities here with us as well. There are no items today, councillors, but just a couple of things if I may. Being the last Environment Community Committee meeting for this term, I wanted to pay tribute and thank you to Councillor Tim McMahon in the portfolio. Your dedication, your time, your passion for what it is, and I've really enjoyed working alongside you, and more so than anything has been the opportunity to work with you and being able to have differing opinions yet being able to respect each other's point of view. So I thank you and what you've done through the community. So it's been a really enjoyable 4 years to work alongside Tim. I'd like to acknowledge the staff and through Nick, the General Manager, who is with us here today. Thank you, and I'm sure Tim would extend the same for all of your support through the 4 years. But I think Megan sort of said it yesterday, the incredible staff that we have across this organisation, and to be able to work closely with you, and in particular to see your passion for the people that work at council is something that I've really admired, and I think it's a great thing and something we can continue to build on moving forward. So thank you to you, but I said all of the staff that play an incredible role across this great organisation. And finally, and last but not least, it is Valentine's Day today. So happy Valentine's Day, I think, is important to mention. It may mean different things to people and at different phases of our lives, but I thought about it today. Coffee shop had a love heart on it, and I thought, that made me smile, so it made me think, well, if on a day like today is an opportunity to make someone else smile or smile for somebody else, that's probably a pretty good message. So with that note, happy Valentine's Day, happy Wednesday, and I'll close the Environment Community Committee meeting and hand over to Finance and Business Strategy.
Good morning, everyone. And Mart, I also wish you a happy Valentine's Day. And I'd like to say I didn't forget, but my daughter didn't forget. And it's Ash Wednesday as well, so I don't know if it's a happy Ash Wednesday or not, is that appropriate or not, but it is as well. Could I, at the outset, seek your indulgence just to say a few words about a former member of our Finance Committee in the last term, a member of our Audit Committee, Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, and express to her the gratitude of those who've served with her on those committees and generally in the council for her service to Toowoomba and to the council over a couple of terms here and also in Clifton. Her public service, both Clifton and Toowoomba, has been exemplary and an example to everyone else. She, from my point of view, people who would know our friendship will understand it's been mixed feelings from my point of view. Sad to see her go, but for her sake, we only have one life, and to do things that you want to do in life is at your own choosing, at the time of your own choosing, is a wise thing to do. So, Megan, all the very best for the future. Thank you for that indulgence. The next item on the agenda is, in fact, the opening of the meeting and acknowledgement of traditional owners. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabul and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first peoples. As I understand it, there are everyone is present today. Councillor Bill might be running late. He'll be here shortly. There's no leaves of absence, and we haven't been advised of any declarations of declarable conflicts of interest. The first item on the agenda then is the consideration of the operational plan, and I acknowledge our General Manager, of course, which I should have before, Anne-Marie Johnson, and she will introduce the officers who will answer any questions in relation to the operational plan discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. Before I hand over to Dave and Christine, we have general managers in the room, the CEO, general managers, to answer any questions you may have in relation to the operational plan. We will be taking the report as read, but happy to answer any questions. Also, as you can see, we've got plenty of our managers here. If you could refer to the page number, it's quite a substantial document, and if we will work through it group by group, and if you refer to the actual page number, that would be great. So thank you. Handing over to Dave.
Good morning, councillors. Today, of course, we're presenting the Operational Plan Progress Report for Q2 of the 23-24 fiscal year. As you would know, it's a statutory requirement that we report at least quarterly against the operational plan, which is developed annually against a 5-year corporate plan. The report has a several-page summary at the start, which you'll be familiar with, as well as 7 attachments. The first 6 attachments go into the detail by group and the Office of the CEO. The final attachment, attachment 7, shows a small recommended change within the operational plan as it relates to the Infrastructure Services Group. Within the summary, you can see on the go through a few things. The second pie chart about key performance indicators indicates that at this stage, or at the end of the second quarter, of our key performance indicators, 82% were indeed on track or monitor. The other graph, there's a line graph over, I think, 2 pages later on, which shows actions tracking by fiscal year in comparison to previous fiscal years. This is a graph we've been using over the last several quarters. It was at a recommendation, if I recall correctly, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan suggested we report like this, and I think it's been quite useful. The graph, you can see, does have on the y-axis a 10% range between 90 and 100%. It shows greater resolution of how we're tracking over time. But of course, be mindful, there's just 10% showing there, so it does tend to accentuate any of those differences. You would see that we have different people here today. Christine and other officers have been involved with developing the operational plan report. Troy Beecham was typically here, but he has moved on and taken a promotion with Darling Downs Health, so we have got a change of people. Nonetheless, the report has been developed in the same way. With that, I'd move to the recommendation, which is, as usual, that Council notes the organisational performance and adopt the recommended change. And with that, I would hand back to you, Chair, for questions.
Yeah, thank you, David. Are there any questions? And if so, could you refer to the page on Broadbooks to which you refer. Deputy Mayor, thanks.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate you made eye contact with me straight away with the questions. Through you, Chair, I actually am not going to ask specific questions about line items, but I am going to ask the same question of all of the groups, and that is, these are essentially report cards. And my question to you in this instance, because we're working down the list to the CEO, how do they feel, to the Brian, the CEO, how do you feel that this report is going, and any reflections from you, please?
Councillors, as it's obviously the second quarter report, we're halfway through the year. I think we're tracking pretty well at this point in time. There's a lot of detail that's provided within here, so there's opportunities to drill down in any particular question that councils want to take. And obviously, as we take it as read, if there's any concerns that you have, I'm happy to respond to those. But generally, you know, those overall responses I think are fairly promising within that document.
Yes, Matt. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Just sticking with the CEO, and obviously you'll go through each one. On page 35 of 277, and I'm assuming this is just a timing element rather than anything, talks about the service catalogue, David, and obviously we've now done that and it's been through and approved by council. So what is the time lag between when the report is written to when it actually comes to here, given that it's the second quarter?
This is reporting period is to the 31st of December. So
Okay.
the service catalogue was presented in January.
Thank you. That's good. Thank you.
I think after the CEO, the next in line is General Manager of Environment. Thank you. Shortly. Sorry, is in relation to the CEO? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Just
yeah.
Keep
There might be others that might have questions for the CEO too. I don't know. So on Board Books, page 25, we talk about the staff turnover. And I'd like to firstly acknowledge the loss of Troy Beecham, which you mentioned, Dave. I appreciate that. I thought Troy was a great staff member, and it's to our detriment we've lost him. But I'm sure the health area he's moved to will be very grateful for him. So these staff turnover figures, Brian, they appear to be based on permanent only, which makes sense that is the case. However, I think it would be really good to capture our casual staff who are leaving as well as a separate thing, perhaps, so that you've got the two different things. Noting that, you know, staff that aren't permanent can work in an organisation for a long period of time, and it's interesting to know whether they're leaving for any particular reason. And I come back then to the elusive exit survey report that we've asked for, a report on feedback from those exit interviews. So, and we just it just doesn't seem to appear, even though it's been asked for multiple times. And I'm not sure that we're getting a clear picture on the organisation as a whole when it comes to staff turnover, and in particular the reasons why they're leaving. So I'll ask again for that report on the staff exit interviews, so that we can understand why staff are leaving. I think it's really important that as a board we do understand that. And in addition to that, I was sure, and I could be wrong, but I was sure that we asked for a KPI in here on the CEO responding to councillor emails. But it's not, I can't see it in there, so I'm not sure what happened to that.
First one on the casual employees, I think it's a bit of a meaningless statistic collecting casual people because they're seasonal, they come and they go. So I don't think you're going to get any valuable information from actually doing that, the turnover rate of casual people. Casual by its very nature means that people can have multiple jobs across multiple areas. And we may be just one of those particular areas. So casual tend to come and go. The way the awards are structured now, we've had to convert people who are casuals over to part-time permanents if they're on if they have a pattern of employment that's regular. So then they'd be picked up over on the other side. But that information itself is not general. In relation to any emails that you believe aren't responded to, if you could just advise me, and I'll make sure you get a response in relation to those if I'm able to respond or able to provide that information to you, providing it's not confidential information or information that's been provided on an expectation that it won't be provided to councillors.
Thanks, Brian. I, over time, have gone through and found a heap of emails and forwarded them on to you in batches to get responses previously. I don't have time for that. It's not my job to do that. And I think if you receive an email, it doesn't matter whether you can provide the information or not, that it does need to be acknowledged at least, that thank you, I have received your email. However, I am unable to provide you that information due to whatever reason. To just ignore an email I don't believe is appropriate, and that's not just for your position. I think that's for every position across the board, as well as councillors, I do believe should be responding to all emails too where appropriate. Thanks.
Any further questions of the CEO? Councillor Bonoff.
Thanks. I'll just pick up on, through you, Chair, pick up on Councillor Summerfield's comments. On page 30 of 277 of board books, there is a KPI there, percentage response to councillors within the legislated timeframes, and the target's 100% and what's been reported is 100%. So if it is the case that some have not been responded to, then we shouldn't have a 100% response rate as it's indicated in this report.
Yeah, that's the case. If it's a valid request for information in accordance with the policy, that would be appropriate. And again, if there's any concerns that council have that maybe some are not, and I'll reiterate that an email is not a legislated timeframe response unless it's a valid request in accordance with the guidelines. So if there are any that you'd like me to revisit, please raise it with me and I'll see what responses we can get.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Chair. Brian, exit surveys or no exit surveys, what is your sense of why the staff turnover is where it is?
We're in a highly competitive environment at the moment. We're getting staff poached by people who are offering them way beyond what we can currently offer under our agreements. We've got people who've already got negotiated workforce flexibility arrangements that are paying above award at this point in time, and they're coming back trying to renegotiate again because they're getting offered additional money above that again. So those inflationary pressures are there. It's a issue in relation to the competitiveness in the market and the availability of labour. As I said, it's across all industries and local government. So there's a lot of people robbing Peter to pay Paul for that to happen. And people are taking advantage and are very mobile to move into other opportunities that they may have. So it's a labour market where people can negotiate conditions that are extremely beneficial to them, and they're taking advantage of that at this particular point in time because of the market availability of labour.
So the thoughts on, I know probably individual groups have done it, perhaps, on, what's our strategy in terms of trying to make council a great place to work? If we can't be competitive with money, what's our sort of strategy to try and retain people
we're
or
actually
attract
reviewing.
people?
We're going through at this point reviewing our retention strategies at the moment to see if there's anything else that we can do. You're aware we've done a survey recently with what's important to our particular staff. Number one that came through that was money, and again that will be a hot topic in relation to the enterprise agreements that we're in the process or just started the process of negotiating at the moment. An expectation from our employees about what's reasonable has to be balanced with what can be afforded by the community in relation to what we can actually pay. If we're starting to pay obviously higher than we're actually able to raise through rates, it becomes an issue, and that's an issue that obviously we'll be talking with council over a period of time as we negotiate the EA about what is reasonable and what is affordable, bearing in mind that that was the number one reason that came through there. There are certainly other things that came through, but we're looking across a whole range of things that are important to our employees, including flexibility. There's a whole range of things that have been thrown into the mix since COVID came into place. People's expectations are extremely high on their ability to work from home, remain working from home, work online. Those have flexibility. All of those things have to be considered into the mix.
Councillor McMahon.
Chair, thank you. Good morning, CEO. I had similar questions. So the comments I get a lot more is, I suppose, a disconnect from the community who don't realise that as a board we're not necessarily involved in pay negotiations. And we have an EBA coming up, and I suppose our job is to balance that in line with a greater budget. But is there a greater level of scrutiny that may come to EBA negotiations knowing that we are below the market in terms of what you've just said to Councillor O'Hara?
I think it'll be front and centre in negotiations. It is eventuating that way through negotiations across local government industry at the moment. The unions are going very hard with their expectations about where it is in line with inflation, and we're all aware of what inflation is at this point in time. So it will be a major issue that has to be resolved during that EA process. So yes, it's a big issue.
Yeah, look, and I appreciate your comments of where I get comments is how are council spending money on this project when pay rates are so far behind, and it's, of course, I understand it's far more complex, there's different buckets of money and all the rest of it, but the long and short of it is the feedback towards me on how our staff are paid in accordance with competitors is, I think, something that this council really needs to continue to look at, and perhaps government sectors as a whole, when we're talking about especially the professional trades that are really hard to get. So look, I welcome, and I know we're a bit below our KPI, and I welcome that, but I do welcome further discussion around this concerning staff retention around pay rates as we look towards a new budget. Thanks.
Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Probably same topic. I think what I'd hope as well with this, Brian, was that in the new term, which whatever the council looks like, whoever's around it, that this needs to be one of those absolute critical upfront key priorities to be discussed or understood, because I think what this highlights obviously is we always sort of see different parts, a lot of parts of the organisation where vacancy rate or being, resources is a implication to being able to do business as usual, and what business as usual looks like, where we prioritise our spending, all of those sorts of things. But the reality is the market is the market, so we have to find a way to be either meet the market or, as you said, find another different way. So I guess I just flagging that I hope that this is really put forward very, very early, in a new term of a priority of the council, moving forward, because it's not going away. I think and I know work is going on behind the scenes, but you know what I mean. I think rather than just sort of being highlighted and things like this at this particular point, something being proactive, because the other concern I have with it, sorry, just quickly, is that yes, there are some things that are holding back in certain areas with council, but I tell you what, from a number of other staff that I know that I've spoken, there's also some fantastic things about working here, and there's some really good feedback from people about working here as well. So we need to know more about that, and as well to be able to move forward with this and get the right balance of what we want it to look like.
If I could just make a quick comment that we're all aware of our sustainability parameters, and we need to remain that. If we actually believe it's appropriate that we do move and become more competitive in that area, you're obviously increasing your labour component, which means to balance your budget, you're going to have to decrease your materials and services and other stuff, or your projects. So we still have to stay within that, and that may ultimately be a decision that has to be made.
Sorry, through you, Chair. Yeah, and absolutely understand, but I don't think even what you mentioned there, that conversation has been had. So then the reality or the realisation of exactly that. Okay, if you want to go to this is what. All of those sort of things, I just kind of feel like need to be brought forward, and as I said, a key time to be doing it is, well, at this point of juncture of this particular council, there's obviously with a new term coming in, straight up, it needs to be forefront, right on the front foot, understanding of what it is, knowing all of the different implications of it, knowing what the shortfalls are, knowing just all of that. It's all a massive part of obviously the success of this organisation, which equals the betterment of our community, which is at the end of the day, that's what we're trying to achieve.
Sure, nobody disagrees with that. Councillor Melissa Toa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CEO. As much as I agree pay rates are crucial when it comes to recruitment and the organisation, but the conversations that I've had are actually about staff that are leaving the organisation because council are unable to take on projects because of the enormity of dam safety and water projects. So therefore, the other projects aren't going ahead, which means that then staff don't have sufficient work to work on because of the lack of projects that council is unable to take on because of the financial constraints of those water projects. So that is something that we need to look at, I believe. The other thing that we need to also assess is, yesterday we had an extensive conversation in confidential about one particular department who has 6 out of 13 people within their department, so they've got 7 vacancies. One vacancy in particular has been vacant for 3 to 4 years. So what are we as an organisation doing to look at that possibly in a different way and say, well, if we can't recruit that role, then what are we doing? Because the organisation can't be put on hold. If a crucial department such as that one can't recruit for that role, then what are we doing to possibly look at it in a different way and assess more efficiencies in different ways?
My comment in relation to that particular one that you talked about yesterday is that it hasn't been put on hold. We've had to actually appoint contractors and consultants to actually do that work that we can't get our own staff to do. So they're actually staffed to do the jobs that they need to do. What that means though is it's more expensive doing it through a consultancy than it is in-house. And this whole market is distorted because we're basically getting to the point where to get some of the lower level positions that aren't manager positions, you're actually paying them more than you're going to be paying your managers to meet, if that's the case.
May I make a comment to that, please, Chair? Well, what I got from the conversation yesterday was that the department was not capable or didn't have the capability to run at a level that was servicing the community because of the lack of staff within that department. That's what I got from the conversation yesterday. So to me, the contractor is doing some work, but that particular department hasn't been able to efficiently operate at a level that really satisfies the service levels that's required for the community.
I'm not sure it actually said that within that report that you're referring to.
Well, that's what I got from the conversation yesterday, and we had, I think, what, an hour and a half, 2 hours on that particular discussion yesterday, and it was basically around the lack of staffing in that particular department.
Is contributed to it, but it probably didn't accentuate the issue about the funding that's provided for consultancies to actually fill some of those voids. So there's also been some growth and devolution of some of those responsibilities from the state that's contributed to additional work that they've actually had in the area. But I've worked closely with the manager, with the general manager, about how we resource that area, and that was articulated, I understand, in the presentation yesterday.
Thank you. Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. And Brian, this is as much a question to you as it is to me and everyone else sitting around this room. And I guess the context is we only have so many levers to pull within the constraints, the environment we work in under the legislation. And I guess the question is, how much can we do with what we have? It's a fundamental question. And I pose that. So I guess the question, Brian, is to you specifically is, will there be some serious recommendation for those of us who have the privilege of sitting around the table for the new term, some serious recommendation from executive back to the boardroom here about prioritising what we can actually do? And I'm not pointing the finger here because three point back at me. It's a combined decision about, and it takes some leadership. You mentioned a very important couple of words there, sustainability parameters. Do we work within that, or do we change that? And there's only, if we're not competing with payment of staffing, staff levels, then another level we've got to seriously look at is, what are we actually doing? Is all the services we provide core business? Do you think that the community expects all of those? And do you think they expect that they're all core services, or are they non-core business? You made another good point, Brian, devolution of lots of things from state to local government. And I can name a number of pilot projects over the years I've been involved in local government where they've been divulged after a 3-year period, and there's an expectation that comes from community when we as leaders should have stood up and said, no, well, that was a state government initiative. So that's adding to the leaky boat. So it's probably not a specific answer, but I'm posing the question for us to think about as a leadership team. These are serious matters, and we have serious constraints above our heads, and it calls for prioritisation. So it's not just about staff, it's about the amount of staff we require, and it's about what we do, what is important. What do you think people out there expect in their daily lives? Drive on a reasonable road, push the button and the stuff goes away, turn the tap on and they get safe water, a reasonable park to enjoy some amenity with their family. So it weighs heavy on all of us with a $270 million project, the biggest single project ever let in the history of this region, and a no firm commitment from any state, present or future state, potentially, government, as to the quantum of support to deal with that project. So they're the parameters we're running.
Time's marching on, so do you have a specific question?
No, I guess I asked the general one to the CEO. It's his prerogative if he wishes to answer. Otherwise, I think we've got to look at this holistically.
Councillor Carol Taylor, next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I do have a question, but I agree with a lot that's been said, and the devolution from the state government, I don't know how we can question to you, Brian, we've never been successful such, and I don't think to date, and I'm not talking about the small things that happen, I'm talking about the big things like the traffic management, the asbestos monitoring, all those things that have been handed down, and in fact, LGOQ have just produced a paper that is absolutely sobering reading, because it's just increasing exponentially. We're a child of the state government, we can't say no, and they can make us do whatever we want to do, and therein lies the problem. But the dam wall is impacting on our forward budgets and will do for 10 years, and it's sucking the life out of this council, because in our forward budgets we don't even have CPI taken into account, and you can see what has happened with the cost of goods and services and therefore also staff. This happened in the mining boom, but we're in a different community now. You know, the expectation of our community is such. The Director of Engineering and myself of the day, we thought up, and the council agreed with us, we started a scholarship program, and therefore the generator program started out of that. And it's been very successful, and I'm wondering if council in the new council can actually have a look at how we might be able to massage/expand that, and we might be able to bring out, like build our own, grow our own in some way. It's not your role completely to do this. It's ours as a board as well, and it's a budget issue, because if we're going to be able to compete at the higher level for the professionals that we need to seriously consider how we're going to do it, because we won't be able to do business as usual, certainly not to the community's expectations. And then we need to have a conversation with them, because we don't seem to be making any headway there. We're fortunate to be able to have contractors that slip into that role, suitable contractors, but at the end of the day, it's not the answer. Number one, they cost more, and number two, those skills aren't left in our teams and in-house for future. We're not building teams. And that's another reason, and you will find that high on our staff's comment. It's not just about money, but money's the number one. They've got families and other things to consider, and they get more money and promotions. But the other thing is they want to feel valuable. They want to feel they're learning. They want to feel they're progressing. And they want to feel that they're making a difference in our community. So I don't know what the question there. Probably my question is, yes, I agree with Councillor James. We certainly need to make that a high priority. I don't know. Again, it is a privilege to sit around here, and the community will decide who will be here. But I think it's of utmost importance that we look at it in a humble and start from scratch way, because it's the pressures. It's actually the pressures. And, you know, people, and we have to ask ourselves, what would we do? You know, if you've got a family and you're offered a whole lot more money somewhere else, you're going to go. So I guess that for you to consider bringing that forward at the new council, and then considering and maybe talking to our general managers, because they they have a lot of knowledge and stuff, how we may be able to, in some ways, grow our own. But we are missing some very key people, and they're in the professional areas, and that's going to cost us money if we're going to recruit those. So I don't know. The question, Brian, is, are you a magician? So I guess there you go. I know you're not. So
the answer might be self-evident. This arose because I think the Deputy Mayor asked the various CEOs to make a brief comment about their areas, but it's sort of developed into an opportunity for councillors to give us their valuable input as to how to rectify things for the future, which probably isn't the proper venue or proper occasion for it the moment. It's nearly 9:45. I have one more question, the Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with everything that's been said and raised by every single councillor here, and it obviously demonstrates that this is front of mind for the council and therefore for the CEO. I think that one thing that hasn't been mentioned though is the culture part of this piece, and next week on Tuesday at the ordinary meeting we'll be getting another net promoter score update. We still haven't been able to crack the negative and move into the positive. So it seems to me that there's work to be done in that. And the question through you, Chair, to the CEO is, would you agree with that, CEO?
I think there's the work with culture never ends. It's something you have to work on no matter what you've got. You can always strive for improvement. That has been front and centre in this organisation for a few years now. And we have had improvements in our performance and engagement scores. We have got a pulse survey underway as we speak at the moment, which is the next opportunity for us to holistically look at how we're performing overall. The net promoter score was part of the original full survey, but we're obviously looking at that on a regular basis as well. But yes, it's a never-ending journey. It's something we always have to stay on top of. We also have to be in tune with what's relevant to our organisation and the people within our organisation, obviously to get the best out of them and so that they can actually deliver the things and the services that we need to do in the most efficient way.
The Mayor, please.
Yeah, thanks. We will have to adjourn given the timing, but I just wanted to make an observation that Council has invested heavily in this area, and there's been a heck of a lot of work done. And one would have to ask, given the if you like, collision of events that have happened outside of our control, where would we be without the work we've done over the last few years? So actually, and I'm sure other councillors have heard, as Councillor James has said, around a culture shift in the organisation of positivity. I also feel there is, and I've heard of a number of staff who have left the organisation who would dearly love to get back into the organisation. So I think we shouldn't lose sight on the fact that there has been ground. Sometimes when you ask questions, you've also got to be very well aware of what answers you might get. We were brave enough as a council to ask those questions. We received those answers, and we've moved in a methodical way to improve not only the culture but the retention. I would suggest, Chair, that if there was a motion to make sure this is still front and centre, I'd like to add something to the recommendation that Council receive a summary of not only the staff survey but also a retention survey in the new term of Council as soon as practically possible, because I think we need to maintain this momentum, and we owe it to the organisation to make sure that the next Council is working with them to get the best outcomes. It's an observation and it's an anecdotal, but I hear and see change afoot which is positive for this organisation, and a positive organisation will attract and will retain staff. So I just make that as a potential motion there. Kirsten, if you could add that to that.
Thank you.
I'm happy just to put that up there.
I'm not too sure whether we need a motion to adjourn, or is that right? Until 11:15 or?
Yeah, I'm happy to move the and perhaps Kirsten can come up with some wording between now and then as well. Happy to move.
Seconded, Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Thank you. We might get started, ladies and gentlemen. Where we left off was the conclusion, I think, of the CEO's questions, and I don't know whether GM of Environment is here. There he is. Okay. No, you're right. Just want to do it there, or does he want to come up here? Yeah. We are. Yep. Thank you, General Manager Hauser. If you would like to say a few words in relation to your portfolio with respect to the operational plan.
Sure, thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors. And councillors, I might take the opportunity to take the lead from the question posed by Councillor Vonhoff about some commentary, I guess, around the report card, so to speak. And I think that, you know, there's mixed results for the ECS group. There's some really outstanding performance and results there that you'll see. Things like our community facilities are generally tracking way above target around number of bookings and attendances, and I think we're seeing a bounce back after COVID in those areas for things like that. So community venues tracking really well. We've talked about it before. Late last year, our Carnival of Flowers statistics are outstanding. You know, attendances are huge, and you know that event just continues to go from strength to strength. The team are doing an awesome job in marketing and promoting and driving economic benefit for our region. On the other side of the coin, though, I think you know, our Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery is a problem for us. The facility itself is deteriorating, and there are lots of challenges, and it's still closed. And we're working with our insurance repair company to do some replacements there. And it's drawing closer and closer, but it seems that we just keep having more and more failures of different components of the building there. So that's a challenge for us. Our Parks capital is at risk in a couple of areas. Some of the larger projects, the Toowoomba Escarpment Parks and Toowoomba Region Sports Park are challenged, and you know that's for a few reasons. That we've had some change in personnel there and in the management and leadership team at Parks and Recreation Services, but also the retention of the skilled project managers, and we've heard about that today. So we've had some turnover around our project managers. So you know that corporate knowledge keeps turning over on us, and it takes time to catch those things up. So that's a challenge for us. Our environmental health team, we're having trouble attracting environmental health officers. They're in very short supply. I think you know, you had lots of conversation before about retention, and I wouldn't mind speaking to that a little bit as well in a second. But that's an area for us where it's difficult to attract, let alone retain. So we triage and prioritise the work that we do in that space to make sure we're addressing the highest areas of risk. One thing I would like to celebrate, though, is every time I'm here doing operational plan, and oftentimes in the group monthly report you're asking me about how we're going in the disaster management space, particularly fire preparedness. And I'd really like to celebrate the prescribed burn that we're able to undertake in December, because you often ask me, are we looking at being flexible and adaptable to take advantage of opportunities when they present themselves? And I always tell you yes. Well, we finally had an opportunity to demonstrate and prove that, so we did that in December. So that's really worth highlighting and celebrating, I think. In the space of retention, attraction and retention, and you know, and staff culture, I just did want to take an opportunity to talk about the work that the ECS group is doing. And there's actions and milestones and KPIs for me as a general manager to be leading the group in that space. And we spend a lot of time in the ECS group articulating our culture and what we'd like the workplace to be, and how we'd like to think that our staff experience working at TRC, and that's an engaged workforce who trusts the organisation, enjoys coming to work and goes home feeling valued. And I often say when I'm talking about that, there's a lot of words in that, but at its core is feeling engaged, feeling trust, feeling trusted, giving trust, enjoying the work that we do, having a bit of fun. That's a big thing for us as well, and feeling valued. And all those things go to the puzzle of that's around the worker's experience and feeling valued and therefore wanting to work here. We have seen, I do have various have examples within the group of staff who have left us for what they thought were better opportunities elsewhere, and they've some of those people have decided that the grass wasn't greener on the other side of the fence, and they have come back, and there are others looking to come back. It's not always the case. There's people leave for all sorts of reasons, but we are seeing that emerge as a bit of a trend, I would say. So that's good to know. So everything's not doom and gloom. It's not such a bad place to be. Some people think it's pretty cool and they get great value out of doing what they do. And our people are generally intrinsically motivated to serve the communities that they work in. They live here. They're very passionate about it. They care about the community. They care about the work that they do. And I think that's the motivations that we need to unlock in our employee value proposition if we're to try and attract and retain people, is that appealing to that intrinsic motivation that people have. Money's important, of course, especially if you're feeling unhappy in some of those other areas. But I think if we can continue to work really hard in that space. So we have a people-focused, purpose-driven approach to what we do in ECS, and what that means for us in the people-focused space is making sure that we're spending time having our one-on-one conversations, having regular team meetings. We make it okay to focus on wellness and work-life balance. We don't expect people to work through their lunch breaks. We encourage them to have a break. We encourage them to take their holidays, and we talk openly about that. And that's the expectation that we set from ourselves, through our managers, through our principals, and all of our supervisors, for all of the people in the team. So that's important for us. And purpose-driven is just all about understanding our services, understanding our capacity, expectations, what's achievable, and reporting that and capturing that through our operational plan, making sure it's realistic and people understand where what they do fits into the delivery of council's corporate plan. So we spend quite a lot of time doing that. We actually have an engagement framework that we follow to make sure we're able to communicate that right throughout the group. The Environment Community Services Group is a group of some 550 employees. That's a huge number of people, and they are people who work full-time, part-time, casual workforce, etc., etc. So, and across the whole geography of the region, which I'm sure you'd appreciate. So it's very difficult to be getting consistent messages. So we focus very heavily on trying to do that. So we do that in lots of ways. We've got regular newsletters. We have, I do a quarterly Let's Talk where we record that Let's Talk and people can tune in around what the key messages are and what our motivators are at this particular point in time. And one that I really like is we have a Leadership and Culture Day a couple of times a year, and that Leadership and Culture Day is for all of the people leaders in the group. So we had one just last Friday. They are one of my highlights of the year. I get to do them a couple of times a year, and I think we had 70 people in the room out at Charlton. So they're all the leaders talking about exactly these things and what the expectations are, so we set some common understanding and people can pursue those things and feel comfortable in it. So I have an engagement framework, and each branch has an engagement framework strategy that somewhat replicates what we're trying to do. And it includes things like having regular small team meetings, so the branch managers meet with their teams to hear what the issues are that might be challenging for them and helping them overcome those things. So that all fits into our operational plan, like I said, through those expectations, actions and KPIs that are set for me around having regular addressing cultural improvement. And it's I just picked up on it because the conversation this morning was focused on that. And when people ask me what's important to me, what are my three priorities, people and culture and people's experience at work is number one always. And there's a couple of other things there, but that's number one that we always focus on.
Thank you, General Manager. Questions and emphasise questions. Deputy Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, GM Nick, thank you for that excellent synopsis. I very much appreciate it. And that's exactly, I think, the kind of high-level take of where are the challenges, where are the opportunities. So thank you so much. And thank you additionally for pointing out the prescribed burns. when I was doing my prep work, I wrote it down, page 64 of Board Books, and I actually I highlighted it and I wrote a little heart around it because we have exceeded the target, but this is the thing about it that I just really liked. The commentary says, an opportunity presented itself. And so we're not being rigid in what we're doing. An opportunity presented itself, and we did that burn in December at Picnic Point. So kudos to you and your team, and sincere thanks. Thank you.
Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nick. It's really comforting to hear about your engagement framework and focusing on the people within your team. I guess my question, probably more for the CEO, but do the other teams have a similar engagement framework that they implement within their teams? Nick was just talking about engaging his teams, and I'm just curious about the other departments within council, if they have an engagement framework with their people to activate engagement with their teams.
CEO?
They all do actively engage with them, but I think you could probably just ask those questions as each one's come up. They give you some insight into how that's applied within their area.
Okay, and I did have a question, CEO, for you before, and we ran out of time in the last section, so if you don't mind, I guess with, you know, I'm seeing we've got this real problem of labour affecting our output here at council in every area of the business, and I'm also seeing a common theme of we don't have enough team members, so we are going externally for consultants. And I know that a lot of consultants are very expensive. And I'm also hearing a theme of wages not being high enough. And I guess my question is, could we look at, it's quite a vicious circle. We've got people who think, oh, I'm doing a job here, but we're paying almost double for a consultant potentially. I don't know how much more the consultant charges. I'm using that as an example off the top of my head. But if I was to leave council and go and work for these guys, I could get paid a lot more. Could we look at potentially looking at how much we spend on consultancy fees and whether there is a case for particular roles that are really critical within our business? And there's a few, each different team, a general manager will know there's a few key roles within their team which are really holding work up. Could we look at then putting more money into those sort of roles to keep our business going and help us operate a bit more efficiently? And instead of spending the money externally with consultants, can we look at, and I know we're going through the EB, but there are a few critical roles, and we've heard this over and over again within each department, and whether we can do something with consultants and internal.
Yeah, thank you. We actually do that. The mechanism we have in place is called a workforce flexibility agreement, which is in accordance with our enterprise agreement. So we do have the ability to do that. We have to be particularly careful, though, about getting distortion within a branch or group when you're doing that. So we do pay higher than award for critical roles in there, and we negotiate additional payments or other benefits that are within that. So that does happen, and that's specifically targeted towards those critical positions. We also have an arrangement in place for some of our trades. We're actually paying a temporary retention allowance for those people, which is to make them more competitive with what private enterprise is getting, and that's across the whole group. Where there's, across the whole team, where there's a workforce that is being way under remunerated compared to their private equivalents, as in mechanics and things like that. So all the mechanics. And that's obviously subject to satisfactory performance at the individual level as well. So we do that as well. But the issue about distortion, we've got people that are we have to make sure that it doesn't become too distorted to the rest of the environment. Then you get people who are looking over back fences within our own area, who perhaps as a manager getting paid potentially less than somebody that they supervise, because the person that they're supervising is entitled, in accordance with the award, to overtime rates and a whole range of other things that apply that you can't take out. So it's that balancing situation to have. And also going back to your first comment that you made there about the issues about delivering what we need to do, I think this document we're looking at now is testament that we are actually delivering what we need to do in accordance with our operational plan that's there in front of us. It's creating strain and it's difficult, and there's a lot of people going above and beyond to make sure that it happens, and that's a good thing to have. But when you actually have a look at this document here, there's not that many things that aren't actually getting done in accordance with the plan that we've got. So we're delivering it. We could probably, you know, it would be more efficient in some cases, or in most cases, if we could do it in-house, but we do, and we do look at opportunities to supplement our in-house labour to make it more competitive in those positions, but sometimes it's not possible to do that. And sometimes, even though we've gone and offered those additional benefits, we still can't get people who are interested in it. We get a lot of people that come in, go through a recruitment process, you get to the point of offering them, and then they'll come back and say, no thanks, I've just renegotiated with my current employer. And whether that's something they're doing to gain leverage for their employer or not, it's just a fairly distorted market, the whole thing at the moment. But yes, short answer to your question, we do go down that process.
Okay. So if we've got all these vacancies, then I guess this is another question which we've brought up before, whether we need to look at what roles do we actually need, and if it hasn't been filled for 3 years and a team member is filling it correctly, if stuff is getting done. And just one last question. I note we keep talking about culture, and we've brought it up a few times, but 360-degree reviews, and they can be so beneficial, looking at you know, the positives, areas for improvement, but they're just, I've found them so beneficial in previous companies, and I know we keep putting it off and it's always press pause, but I really think that's something that we should look at as part of our cultural piece.
Yeah, it is. It's in the mix. The timing has been pushed out, but we can have a look at that to see whether it is timing right as far as how advanced we are within our cultural journey, I suppose. As I think I've alluded to before, we've concentrated on the one-on-one interface process across all of our staff, so they're familiar with that. That in itself is a tool to help facilitate that 360-degree feedback. So we'll have a look at the timing on that to see if we can bring any of that forward.
Right, because yeah, I do note that it keeps getting pushed backwards. So if we could bring that forward, that'd be great.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea.
Chair, my question was for the GM of ECS. I don't know if there was any other for the CEO, or I'm happy to wait if there was.
Councillor Summerfield's got a question for the CEO, or yep.
Thanks, and thanks, Councillor James. So, Brian, I just wanted to reflect back on our earlier discussion where, and I can't remember where the terminology was, underpayment of staff. There was something along those lines mentioned by a number of people in the room, and I think we need clarity to ensure that people are aware, because this is a public meeting, and the people are aware that we are paying our staff at the appropriate level. And I agree with you about the equity thing. It's really important that some staff don't feel like they're being undervalued and underpaid versus other staff. Having said underpaid, they're still being paid the correct amount, but they're not. But they may be being paid less than a colleague down the road, and I think that equity is really important, and that comes back to the culture stuff. You know, that's not a good culture when you've got some people being paid more than others, even though they're very similar. It's just that one's got more demand, one area's got more demand than the other. So I think it's really important that we actually do that. But Nick, I'll just quickly go over to you as well. You're talking about, you know, enjoying going to work, feeling valued and going home happy, and that's wonderful. I've got to tell you, I wish I had experienced that this term, because me personally, I haven't had that joy either. So it's not just the organisation arm of the council. It's actually in this boardroom as well. I haven't felt valued. I haven't enjoyed my work most times I've been here this term, and I often go home very upset. So this is one of the reasons why I am leaving this council, and I am pleased to see that you are trying to implement that in your particular department, and I hope that all GMs strive for that as well, so that we do get that culture change this organisation so desperately needs, not only in the organisation but in this boardroom as well. Thank you.
Not too sure there's a question there. No, okay. Carl?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you to Nick. Nick, so Nick, just with the compliance, mate, I know some areas you're achieving there. There's a recruitment of new staff that have helped. There's some areas that are in question. What's the key signpost for you? How do we? I think compliance is a very underrated area. Compliance is at the end of the food chain. You know, at the front end its prevention is better than cure. But unfortunately, compliance is a part of an organisation this size and will always be. What are some of the things that we need to look at moving forward to ensure that, with all the fluctuations that we have around staff and pay and all those constraints, what are some of the things that you would see bringing a greater level of consistency? Because it's a challenging area.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. I'll probably just start by saying, with the exception of environmental health, all of our compliance areas are achieving their milestones and actions and KPIs, which is an improvement on where we've been in the past, because we have had some shortages, staff shortages and other disruptions there, which we have addressed. You might recall, it's probably a couple of years old now, but the Environmental Health Services branch became the Environment Regulatory Services branch, and Building Compliance and Development Assessment Compliance came across from Planning and Development. And so we've had that change made, and it's taken a couple of years, but I think we're now starting to see the fruits of that change come through, greater consistency and greater collaboration. Within the Environmental and Regulatory Services branch itself, we've recently undergone a restructure and looking to multi-skill compliance officers. So rather than having animal management officers and regulated parking officers and environmental health officers and local laws officers and all of those sorts of things, where we can, they're now called compliance officers with the capacity and to work across wherever the need might be. So we will see the benefits of that in time as well. They won't happen overnight, but they'll happen in time. And like I mentioned before, the key thing for us is, you know, not every matter carries the same level of risk. So triaging and doing a risk assessment and directing resources to where the greatest area of risk is a great tool for us.
I guess the reason why I'm asking that is, whilst we're achieving now, and you know acutely way more than probably most in this room, the challenges that have been, and you alluded to restructure and multi-skilling of staff. But the part that I think that rings a bell for me is how the compliance team is interacting, or should I say how other parts of council are treating compliance. And it's not just compliance. We're all customers. It doesn't matter whether we're a member of the public or we're internal, we're all customers. So I keenly want to watch that if I'm around the table, because I think that 20% of the grief that's caused by something going wrong causes 80% of the cost, whether that's in staff time or fixing up problems that we should have, looked at on the front end. And you guys get to mop up. So I'm keenly interested on how that interacts, or how other parts of the business interact with your compliance team, because I've got to say I'm quite impressed just with some of the conversation I've had socially with some of those guys and ladies. I think we've got a good, strong team coming through.
Yeah, look, they're a great team. It's a tough job, you know. We often focus on customer service and customer experience in council. It's pretty difficult for the customer to have a good experience if you're undertaking compliance and enforcement action. They're not going to respond to that and say, yes, I had a great experience, because oftentimes they've done the wrong thing and we're forced to undertake that action. To the point I think you're making, Councillor Carl, yes, there's opportunities to get things right in the front end to make sure the compliance flows a whole lot easier and more smoothly and efficiently at the back end. And we're engaged in those conversations and opportunity with the review of the planning scheme and those sorts of things. So we're engaged in those conversations. We need to continue to be, and it's a good point that you make about keeping a focus on that.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you to Nick. Nick, I do have a few comments and questions if you'll work through them with me. Can I firstly acknowledge Councillor Von Hoff's point about the fires? She beat me to it, as she so vividly does regularly, and I welcome her comments on that. Can I also point out, please, page 41, there is a KPI around Council's change project initiatives, and we have one staff member who I think is a 0.6 load, and we sent a 21,000 interactions on the change project. Can I just say that that's at 40,000, which is almost double the amount of interactions we're supposed to be getting, and that I really want to congratulate Megan and the staff that are involved in that on such a tremendous effort on change project activities, attendances, and it really is a great success story for Toowoomba region, just how well we're punching with the change project. So I'll continue to sing its praises at every time the ABC radio, anyone else rings me, and just say what a good project it is. So Nick, if you could pass on my congratulations again, that would be great. But to some harder questions, on page 54, talking about dog attacks, and so the first one I've wanted to talk about is we have an allocated inspection program where every time we have a declared animal that is declared dangerous or menacing or otherwise, every year someone from our team goes around and makes sure that they're following their obligations for keeping a menacing or declared dangerous animal. I note that we wanted to be at 90% of those inspections completed and we're only at 63. Now I appreciate there's some staff down and they've been filled and that number is likely to pick up, but it does still concern me because these dangerous dogs are dangerous for a reason and they're declared that way, and I really think that we should be doing our best to check up on those owners. So can I just have perhaps an answer to that? Are we looking at picking up that number and there are steps in place to do so?
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Look, first of all, that particular KPI actually relates to the Service of Environmental Health, not Animal Management. So I know the report's a little bit confusing to read sometimes. So on page 52, which is 71 of Board Books, you've got the Service of Animal Management.
Yep.
And then when you click across to the next page, we've got Environmental Health. So it relates to environmental health, and that's the point that I've been speaking to previously around environmental health officers and triaging and prioritising inspections. It relates to matters more like food licence inspections and renewals and those sorts of things.
I appreciate you've already covered that. I didn't see the new heading. The other one I did have in animal management is when we have a dog attack, it's never nice. And there have been 224 reported to council. Now we have a KPI that will respond to all of them or very close to all of them within 24 hours. We're at 208 out of 224, which is pretty good going. 93% completion, and the KPI is 95. So it's certainly not an issue, but I do maintain that if we get dog attacks, and it's not nice, no one wants to talk about it, but they are quite serious in nature and really would like to see all of those people, or pets, or otherwise, who have been attacked by a dog, to have the dignity that we've made contact, we've got onto it, and we've started the ball rolling within 24 hours. So, is it possible we can look at picking up that KPI in the next quarter?
Yes, of course, we're always trying to achieve that KPI, Councillor McMahon. It's a good point that you make, and I think if I could point out the milestone above it, which is conduct canine inspection programs, including but not limited to regulated dogs and dog registration, dog and cat microchipping, and that alludes to the approved inspection programs that we undertake. They're approved by council on an annual basis. So the commentary there tells us that the programs commenced on 1 December. 11 properties were regulated, dogs reside, inspected and attended to date, enforcement and compliant action taken. Should be a couple of more words after that where required. So yes, good point that you make. We're always striving to achieve that KPI. You know, we've fallen a little bit short, 93% compared to a target of 95.
Yeah, like again, Nick, I stress that we're doing well, but it's those 7% who have been involved in a dog attack, whether it's on person or animal or whatever, that would really.
I think the other point I'd make there is that the KPIs around initiating that response within 24 hours.
Yeah,
and so just because we've not met that time frame doesn't mean we haven't attended to it. We might have attended to it in 30 hours or 36 hours or something. So they're all 100% are followed up and dealt with. It's maybe taking us another day to get there.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nick, and I appreciate the strain, but it is something that is important to me to see done well. So we'll work on that one.
Thank you.
Page 45 of the report, the Parks Pest Management Plan completed. So we're talking about our parks and pests in our parks, keeping in mind that not all parks are swing sets in suburbia. We have large established bushland parks that have pest problems like everyone else. And we are looking to get our management plan completed for those pests in our parks. So you're happy that whilst we're not done that for this financial year, there's some work being put in place towards it? Or do you have any other information on that, please?
Thank you. Yes, and you're right. We're talking here primarily about our larger bushland parks or conservation parks or whatever title you might like to attach to them. I am comfortable with the position that we find ourselves in now. So we've had our new manager, Sally Egan, commenced in the middle of last year, and Sally joins us with a background in this space, joins us from Queensland Parks and Wildlife and that sort of bushland conservation, natural areas, estate management space, and has been having lots of conversations with the team responsible for that. So we've been going through some consultation, some minor changes to the structure are proposed there, which we think will help us address a number of issues, including appropriate resourcing for completing these park pest management plans. So whilst we implement that change and recruit to those roles, we'll see better performance in that space.
Thanks very much, Nick. I welcome some progress on that, and of course very much appreciate Sally and the work we do. Chair, I have still more. Do you mind if I continue? Or? Thank you. Nick, if I could, page 38 of the report, just wanted to pick up on the Oakey Library. It's a very much loved community facility, and it does quite well. And we just seem to be running below target a fair bit in that. And I know you're saying there's a supervisor and all that coming in, but I don't know, that's such a community hub for Oakey, and it's a very much loved and I thought well-used facility, but we seem to be just not hitting our mark as much as we would like to be. Have we got some strategies to pick up our Oakey Library visitations? I'd love to pick your brain on that.
Well, we are we do roll out all the same programs that we do across the rest of the region. I think it's important to note that with the exception of Quinlow, I think every other library is smashing its attendance targets. So those things seem to be working very well by and large. You know, the commentary around the new supervisor, well, that's their job. So they've just joined us. You know, we've had some disruptions there around continuity of staff services. So gives us an opportunity for somebody new now in that role on a permanent basis to dig a little bit deeper. I think we're seeing the post-COVID bounce back happening elsewhere, but maybe not in Oakey. So, you know, the KPI draws our attention to it and gives us an opportunity to put some focus on to try and understand what might be going on.
Yeah, thanks for that. I raise it because our libraries are across the board doing so very well. People are loving coming back to our libraries. Just Oakey seems to be not quite hitting the mark, and I was wondering if there's a reason for that. I look forward to that picking up again as well. A few more, and I'm working backwards here. Can I take you to page 35 of the report, please? We have Toowoomba Region Art Gallery. That is still shut. No one wants to see it shut, but insurance contractors and work from a big storm has forced it to be shut. I suppose the silver lining in all that is that with our main art gallery shut, our regional art galleries are experiencing a massive renaissance, and we have a KPI of 1,000 people per year to go to Crow's Nest, and we're at 3,500. So that's 3.5 times the KPI, and certainly Rosalie KPI of 1,000, we're at 2,500 visitors. So our regional art galleries absolutely doing very well as far as visitation. I continue to give them a plug. If you're on a good day trip, go and have a look at one of them. But Nick, I suppose, are we moving staff from the closed one to help in the regional ones because of this influx of growth?
Thanks, Councillor Tim. There's all sorts of things happening to keep staff meaningfully engaged, and yes, that's one of the strategies. There's a backlog of archiving and digitisation of records to be done, so they're engaged in a whole range of activities. They've also taken the opportunity to have some leave.
Sure.
Our beloved Sue had the opportunity to have about 6 weeks off, I think, over Christmas, which was a well-deserved break for Sue. And you know, it is of concern for us, and that's why I mentioned it up front. The performance of that building is, you know, we're experiencing lots of problems there. But your question was about the staff. Yes, they're supporting the other regional areas and our regional galleries, and taking on a number of other projects as well.
Yeah, thanks. Look, if I could just give another shout out to Crow's Nest and Rosalie Art Galleries, and it's good to have 20 mil for a new Toowoomba Region Art Gallery, but probably not happening right now, so, and that'd only probably buy half of it. 2 more, please. Page 34, Toowoomba Conferences has been a topic we have spoken a fair bit about in this chamber, and I note that we've done some changes to effectively wind that up. Will those KPIs remain, or are we looking to take them off this chart in the future? And what's the future hold for the Toowoomba Conferences and those KPIs?
Well, that's a question I can't really answer just yet. That's the subject of further review and reports back to council. So that contract expired on the 31st of December. There's a council decision from November around Toowoomba Conferences and looking for other ways to deliver that service. So the team's actively engaged in that now, and we'll have a report coming back to council at some stage. I think we might have, I can't remember, we might have had 6 months, I think, to do that review and come back. I think that was outlined in the council decision from November. So I think that's what we're on track to do, have some proposal back to council by about June, I think.
Thank you for that. Last question, Chair, if I might. Nick, Millmerran, page 28. So we have a community support service in Millmerran that helps customers access things like Centrelink, fire information, stuff that is important to council, but Centrelink obviously not our core concern. The numbers are great. We wanted 1,300 people. We've got 2,300 people. So the community is obviously really using that facility. I suppose I wanted to pick up on, whilst that is a very valuable asset to our community, can you just talk through the arrangements of using council staff time with federal government things like Centrelink, or do we load share with other government staff there?
Yeah, it's a really good pick-up, Councillor Tim. We're fully funded by other levels of government to deliver that service. So they give us funding and we employ a staff member and provide that service.
Thanks, Nick. I don't have any more questions. Thanks for your answer on that one. But can I just say, and I know James said it at the start, 4 years in environment community services, Nick, I've really enjoyed working with you and your team, coming as a brand new councillor in 2020, and this will be the last operational report we read for the term, and we've had issues, we've worked through them, but I really commend you on a overall very well running department, and it's been a pleasure to be a portfolio councillor for it. So thank you again, Nick, and I have no further questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor McMahon. You've answered most of my questions there, Nick. I was going to comment just with it's a shame with the Clifton Bank closure affecting our library attendance there as well, and people having to leave town now. And obviously there are things here on your KPIs that are out of your control. And I did just want to comment on page 44 with all the volunteering. I know you're in the orange there, but that's a lot of volunteer hours in our galleries, and obviously with our regional gallery closed, you didn't hit that one of the KPIs, but the other one too, you know, the man hours that you're looking at, you know, over $680,000 in volunteering, and when you add that with people manning our museums and libraries and visitor information section, you know, we're over 700,000. So thank you from us, you know, to the community for the time that they give. And then I just had on 62, but I think you've covered it now. It was about parks. You sort of addressed that right at the beginning, so thank you.
Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Nick, for your commentary earlier around the culture stuff. That's sort of what I was mentioning sort of at the start of Environment Community. So I've been lucky enough to witness a lot of that. So I think it's definitely having a profound impact on the organisation. So credit to yourself and congratulations on that. I just wanted to ask you as well, on that same line Councillor Farquhar was before, 61 and 62, just around that, you know, there's some big projects we've sort of talked about there that whilst they're falling below that KPI, just in the commentary just around the risk of delivery of a few things, and there's some pretty important parts. So is that an area of, well, it's obviously an area of concern from the commentary that's put there, but just the strategy moving forward with that, or is that something that really needs to be alerted to council, because they're real projects of significance to community. They mightn't see straight away, but you know they will.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor James. Yeah, they are of concern, and that's why I highlighted them to let you know. And I think it might be the second or third time now, and not always in these forums, might be information sessions. I've said that we're struggling with a couple of those projects, and it's really down to the personnel changes and loss of knowledge. Unfortunately, there's some particular focus on those now. That's our strategy. You know, I mentioned before, Sally started with us 6 months ago. She's come in and she's cast her eye over these things, and they're right on her radar and developing strategies to get them back on track. I think having funding certainty also assists us to get those things back on track. So we're all very well aware of the pressures on council's budget and capital budget and projects that are prioritised and funded. So having funding certainty around those projects will also assist us moving forward. So we've had to reassess what an achievable and realistic program and time frame might be for those projects with the funding that's available. So that's put us behind where we would hope to be. But I'm confident that we will catch those things up in time. You know, I wouldn't like to say that they'll be back on track in 6 months or something, but I think that overall the delivery of those projects won't be delayed unreasonably.
That may conclude General Manager's presentation. We move on then to Finance. I ask General Manager Johnson to
thank you, Chair.
present.
Just to address Councillor Rebecca's question. So within the Finance and Business Strategy Group, we're providing corporate services to the organisations to enable the organisation to deliver for the community. At the end of last financial year, we adopted our ICT strategy and 3-year roadmap, and also our new sustainability strategy. They have really informed what we've been doing over the last 6 months. So our digital transformation journey is well and truly kicked off. We've had challenges with vacancies like everyone else has across the organisation. We've been out several times to the market to recruit key positions and have been unable to recruit them. And so we do have backup plans. But with our digital enabling journey, we know that this is exactly what we need to do to lift our productivity across the organisation. And councillors are aware of lots of things happening in that space. And one is around our next generation employee mobility and management rollout, which is a 2-phase project, which will impact every single member of our organisation. We've also got our customer experience project, which will help our community and the organisation, how you do business with council, with that single view of customer. We have implemented Microsoft Teams, which is a huge project to roll out across the organisation. So I think with significant vacancies, we're still managing to do everything we're doing, everything we said we would do in that 3-year roadmap. We are so mindful of organisational culture and engagement in everything we do. So I had a team catch-up yesterday with over 200 members online. The feedback from that, so we get a little opportunity to click the button on the end to say how the engagement was, 1 out of 5. 53% said 5 and 37% said 4 in that survey. So that was a 90% said there was good engagement. And what was most positive for me from that engagement piece was the shout out between the different branches. So thanking each other for the support. So the branch thanking ICT for the support they're providing, thanking the talent and retention team for the work they're doing in the recruitment space in an incredibly challenging environment. We talk a lot about the biggest single project for this organisation is the dam safety project. What we have to do is deliver that project in a sustainable manner. We adopted our new sustainability framework, and we are the first council that have been reporting to the new sustainability framework, and we reported to councillors at the end of September, and we're doing that on a quarterly basis. That requirement doesn't come into play until June this year. But I think we're just so mindful, and that's a shout out to Andrew and the team for the work they're doing in ensuring that we're continue to measure and monitor what we're doing in the financial space. Kylie and the PCE team, that retention survey, we had 1,005 responses. As Brian mentioned, it was a big, we know pays are an issue. I'm heading up our management team in that EB space. It's a new experience for me, but I'm extremely passionate about doing that and doing the right thing for the organisation, but especially for our employees. We will be taking that retention survey to councillors in the next couple of weeks. I'm looking at Kylie for some acknowledgement there of what we're doing, but we've prepared a dashboard. So we're saying that the most important thing is pay for our employees. So without a doubt. But when we look down at the other issues, it's around development opportunities and succession planning. So we have recently rolled out our new succession procedure and our leadership capability framework and our high performance leadership coaching program are both being rolled out at the moment. So I hope that gives you a bit of a feel for what we're doing. The vacancies are a challenge. We've appointed Kylie into the PCE role for 6 months because we have been unable to recruit that, but there's so many wonderful things happening in that branch, and Kylie's job is to bring it home, so no pressure there. But I think for me it's encouraging. There are great vibes in the organisation. I know the financial services team have organised summer tunes for the whole group in a couple of weeks. We had our scavenger hunt around the CBD in the week before Christmas, and a terrific turnout in costumes for that. So we're trying to make it an engaging place to work, but knowing that when you're talking customer service, I think most councillors have listened in on our customer service team and the incredible role they do to ensure we're delivering for our community, but that there's excellence in how we're engaging and how the rest of the organisation is addressing customer concerns. So they're the 4 branches within the Finance and Business Strategy Group. I know our leadership team come in on a daily basis with the intent to lift the team to do the best they can for our organisation and for our community.
Questions, if any? No question? Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks you, Anne-Marie. I guess I just wanted to comment on page 88 with the percent of invoices. I guess we're a bit behind in payment. However, the fact that we've spent over 86.63 million with local suppliers within our Toowoomba region, I think is really good that we are making that investment within our local business. Page 97, our media team, you know, all the press releases that they do and talking to the various media outlets and generating over $8.5 million in value, I think is to be commended as well. I like to see at page 98 that Your Say registrations are much higher than we thought, which is really positive, and it shows that the community is engaging in Your Say and having their say. I just noted on page 100, a question for you is, it just says ELT are deferring new draft temporary employment framework, and I was just curious as to why. Somewhere on there. It should be.
The question about why it was deferred.
Yeah, just why it's been deferred.
This is a really complex area, and it's to do with the engagement of casual employees. So there are workplace relations issues around it. We had a Tempo project. So our new TRC Connect is a new program that we've rolled out. And ELT wanted just to get greater awareness of where we were going with this new program. So the new program has far greater scope than the previous Tempo program had. And that's something we'll be bringing to councillors as well. So it's been signed off by the executive leadership team, and we'll take you through our plans for in that space, in the casual engagement space.
Excellent, thank you.
Any further questions of General Manager? The Mayor?
Sorry about that. Thank you. Thanks, GM Anne-Marie. Really wasn't necessarily a question. It was just there's a motion being worked up in regard to making sure that the next council keeps this area of staff retention and attraction and culture top of mind. You mentioned, Anne-Marie, that perhaps Kylie's thinking about bringing the retention survey. You wouldn't be bringing that before the end of this term. You would bring it at the same time as the staff survey. That would be the intention. I don't want to put it up there if you're going to bring it here before the end of the term.
I didn't have a plan on when, just that we would like to do that and talk councillors through the results, the high-level organisational results. You're aware of what staff are saying.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, if the retention survey is available prior, which it will be, because the staff survey is not finished, perhaps that's removed from there because you're bringing the retention survey piece with us at any rate. So at least that will I'm just conscious we don't want this to drop off the radar. So that second part would be consistent with what you're saying, and the staff, the retention survey can come before the end of this term. Okay, that's all. I just want to check that. Secondly, if I could, through you, Chair, Edwina, Councillor Edwina mentioned it in regard to the invoice payment terms or the payment procurement element of it, and it talks about Tech One and shifting over. Is that now materialising itself and coming through and improving that status? Because it has been a bit of an issue for us the last little while.
So just where this statistic goes, what we did was we paid every invoice in the system before the 30th of June and before we rolled over into the new system. So that meant that we weren't going to be paying invoices for a while in the new year, so they were paid ahead of time in the last financial year. The issues have resolved within the CI Anywhere environment, and we are now getting back on track to where we were with paying our suppliers. That 14 days date of invoice, it certainly is a stretch target. So we still have to be, it still is dependent that the goods have been received and that we've received what. So we could have an invoice with a date. We need to check that still need to check that the price is right. We're being charged the correct amount and the goods or services have actually been delivered. So that could also impact on when the invoices are paid. But we certainly are getting it back on track there.
I appreciate the work that you're doing in that space, particularly and right across the group. General Manager, thank you. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you. No further questions? Thank you. The next item, I thought it was infrastructure, but it's, can we do water instead? So can we're happy to proceed to water in that case? Yeah. If we might, thanks, Acting General Manager.
Good morning, councillors, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Taking a lead from my fellow general managers in relation to the question that was provided or asked by the Deputy Mayor around a report card for water. What I could say and feel confident in saying that our team is doing the best they can with the resources that they have available. Water and waste has not been immune. In fact, has probably suffered as much as some of the other, if not more than some of the other groups around resourcing. And we have a number of critical staff and critical services that are definitely been taken advantage of in the broader community and the broader region. We have good people. We've always had good people. We train good people who are good at their jobs. So they do become attractive and highly attractive to industry. With that in mind, I think as far as compliance goes, the community's safe drinking water is always front of mind, and we've always achieved that. We have had some more recent, as councillors are very much aware, even as recent as this weekend, where we've had some assets that potentially haven't been replaced as soon as they should have, leading to loss of services to significant portions of the community, being Yarraman last weekend and Highfields late last year. So we are working with our asset management team and with the finance team to try and understand how to make our dollar stretch as far as we possibly can and make sure that those critical and important assets are maintained and replaced in a financially sustainable way. We're also ensuring that our teams are appropriately supported to ensure that response times are as low as possible, because as I've said a number of times around this chamber, we strive to do the best we can, but unfortunately sometimes infrastructure does not last as long as we think it should, or perhaps doesn't necessarily do the job we think it should in the time that we expect it to. So as far as waste services goes, I think the team there again has been doing a fantastic job, working hard, making sure that our community's waste is not only received and processed appropriately, but also working hard with the community to do the number one thing that's important in waste, is to actually divert waste away from landfills, ensure that our diversion targets are being achieved, and working hard to ensure that occurs. In our sewage system space, we have had some minor issues, and you'd see there in some KPIs where we've had some unfortunate overflows, and that again relates back to some of our infrastructure and also potential for some of the fatigue across our teams. Our teams are doing the best they can, as I said, with some of the resources that they don't have, and occasionally we do sometimes we don't get it as right as we'd like, but we're working very hard with our management team to make sure that our teams are well supported, and coming back to what is core business for water and waste services and making sure that we're getting those important things 100% correct. In the capital delivery space, in my substantive role as the manager of that area, there are some challenges. I feel the weight every time I stand or sit in this chamber about the impact of one particular project that is having on our entire organisation, our community. And to be honest, that does weigh very heavily on myself and members of my team. So we are doing the best we can to make sure that that project is delivered as sustainably as possible, We may not be able to necessarily get things going as quickly as we'd like, but at the end of the day, there's a common discussion amongst the project team that we are spending ratepayers' money. We're not spending state government's money, we're not spending somebody else's money, we are spending ratepayers' money. We need to make sure we spend it wisely. So we're working very hard in that space for the dam safety upgrade project. When it does come to consultants, and there's been a lot of conversation around this table around consultancies, unfortunately, as it currently stands at the moment, as I said earlier, we've trained good people. We've trained good people to be very good at their job. And project managers are no exception to that. We've been able to work, thankful to Brian, able to work with arrangements with certain staff to ensure that the key people are retained, but it is an incredibly challenging environment. At the moment, we have $109 million of capital works that is being delivered and managed by 4 full-time staff. The rest and the remainder is being delivered by contractors. Now, those contractors do work hard. We do ensure that we get efficient expenditure for what we do spend on contractors and make sure that they are delivering the projects that they're assigned efficiently and effectively. However, it is very challenging. Engineers and project managers are in incredibly high demand across our region. We have billions of dollars of infrastructure to be spent over the next 10 years on a number of different activities, including dam safety upgrades outside of our own region, as well as Olympic Games and other housing crises, other big initiatives. So it will be continuing to be a challenging area, but we will focus and concentrate on trying to deliver what we can with the resources we have as cost effectively as the community, as what the community deserves. So I think as far as the report card goes, I'd like to say that our team, and I believe our team definitely has an A+ for effort. We have people that go above and beyond, and we talk about discretionary effort a lot in water and waste services, and we definitely do have people who have discretionary effort. I was receiving text messages at 2:30 a.m. on Saturday morning about potential issues at Yarraman that people were trying to get behind and ensure that community had water returned as soon as possible. And that's not just operators on the ground, that's my managers, coordinators and everybody from the guys on the bottom all the way through to hopefully the General Manager's office. We've been working very hard to try and make sure that those essential services are provided to the community.
Thank you, Jake. Any questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. Chair, I actually don't have a question. I just wanted to pass through you to our Acting General Manager, Jake. First of all, the burden is not yours in the teams. With that dam spillway upgrade, it is shared. And you need to feel that it is shared by those of us around the table here as well. And we know very well the toll, and just really commend the work that you're doing. And then in line with that commendation, I have to say, I get text messages from you early on Saturday mornings, Sunday mornings when there are problems. Councillor Summerfield in the portfolio does as well, and I know that that means a lot to us, and we are informed, and that relationship is important, and that sharing of information is important. I feel like I can always pick up the phone to you. We have honest conversations, and there isn't an actual grade, but I'd agree, A+ for effort, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McMahon.
Chair, thank you, Jake. I feel you're paying well done. You're doing very well. My question was, in both wastewater and drinking water, you've got a target for how many times you'd expect the mains to break. And for example, in page 149, maximum sewer main breaks per 100 kilometres, and your target's 90, we're hitting 14. And chokes is your target's 90, we're hitting 3. So then if I flick over a few pages to 152, talking about annual water main breaks and repairs per 100 Ks, your target's 25, we're hitting 7. Just like, is there anything you've done, or is there a good reason why our pipes are not breaking as much as you've planned them to?
Good luck.
Thank you, Councillor Tim, for that. I'm not sure it's a kind question, but only the future will tell. So that's our service standards. So there are target service standards for the community around the number of breaks and leaks, and we're benchmark those against the entire industry. So what it says is that our teams, our network is performing well against the industry benchmark, and what we tell our community that we expect, that we're anticipating with the network that we have 1,000 kilometres of water mains and thousands of kilometres of sewer mains, that or hundreds of kilometres, sorry, not thousands, I'm not quite there, but hundreds of kilometres of mains that are buried around our communities, that we expect that we should ensure that our asset management plans are working properly and that our investment in our infrastructure is appropriately targeted to see those numbers stay where they are.
Well, thanks for your work in giving us such good pipes that they don't break as much as they should. I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to reinforce what Councillor Von Hoff said. You know, we are all sharing this around the table, and we thank you for all your hard work. And I know there's often stuff that in water and waste that happens in the middle of the night. So for that, thank you. And you opened talking about capital expenditure, and I just want to go to page 181, and it just there's a comment there that we're actually behind in the December quarter, and I guess is that because of when things were fulfilled or payments coming in? I was just curious as to why we're behind.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. There's a number of factors as to why we're behind. One of them is the resources of the staff to get the works out to tender, so to write specifications to get things and get projects out to the market. There's also the response of the market. So we would normally expect a 4-week turnaround for, say, a supplier to give us a price on replacing a water main or replacing a sewer main, and that's now blowing out to 6 or 8 weeks because, say, they don't have the resources to put forward appropriate tenders. So we're finding that there's just delays in the process, and unfortunately when we delay that front end of the process, it leads to delays further on down the track. We've had a number of land acquisition issues that we're trying to work with those land owners to come to an appropriate resolution, and sometimes those things, as council is aware, do take a little bit of time. What we are trying to do is to identify some of those projects that we have planned in future years, in particular renewals, and look to bring those forwards, because the dam project, as been said around this room, will expect to cost the organisation somewhere in the vicinity of $270 million, and depending on how well that project starts or how quickly things get moving, or in fact how much it rains, or whether we see another cyclone coming down the east coast of Queensland in the future, will depend on when the appropriate time we can intervene with that structure. So the project will cost that amount of money. We just want to make sure that we're minimising and coming back to that sustainability discussion, minimising the impact that that project has, because as it moves or delays by months or may delay by weeks, that's a massive amount of financial change that has to occur and ripples throughout the entire organisation. So we're working very hard with Andrew and the team in finance, as well as Mike's team to understand, and Nick's team to understand how we can be effective in capital delivery, knowing that we have this very large project that, as it does move, will create issues.
Thank you.
If there is no further discussion or questions, the remaining items are infrastructure and planning, and it's almost lunchtime, so I suspect that we might go to lunch now and resume at 1:45. So do we need a motion for that? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Chair, happy to adjourn the meeting and return at 12:45.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Edwina. All those in favour? Thank you. Okay, we will make a start if we could. Resume with ISG, and today we have Eric standing in for General Manager Mike. Thank you, Eric.
So, Councillor Eric will take you through the operational plan for the Infrastructure Services Group and also the one proposed very minor change.
Good afternoon, Councillor. Sorry, I can talk a bit softer now. Yeah, happy to answer questions on that. Apologies for Mike, I'm a bit of a last minute step up today, so happy to take questions on the progress report as presented.
Thank you, Eric. Any questions at all? Oh, right, okay. So, pending that, Councillor Taylor's. Any other questions at all in relation to infrastructure? If not? No. Okay, right. Okay, there is a change, and Anne-Marie and Eric.
Councillors, page 182 of 277 is the one minor change proposed by the Infrastructure Services Group in C&M.
Just to provide some background on that, we develop our the operational plan prior to the start of the financial year, and we were finalising our programs, which roads we were going to do under the rehabilitation program at that time. Generally, we have some in each of the areas, but in this year we didn't have any in Central. That's how it ended into the operational plan, but now we're desiring to take it out because there's actually no projects under that program in Central for this financial year. We're doing lots of asphalt overlays, etc., but no actual rehabilitation projects.
Okay. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Eric. Just a question about that, may I ask then? Would it be something that we have had previously, that program, and may again? So if we do, should we keep it in there but have a commentary similar to what you've just stated?
Well, that is the option, and we probably have that in a few of the other C&M branches where a program may not have a particular project in that particular branch, but it's... Just
so it doesn't get lost in future years?
Well, it won't be, because we'll have it. Okay. It'll be in all the other C&Ms, and yeah, we'll just bring it back in at the time would be my suggestion.
Okay, thanks, Eric.
Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Eric, for stepping in at the last minute. I guess mine's more just a request for next time. I note you've got in each of your areas of business your annual target, but I can't see actual anywhere. And I guess if you could possibly look to moving towards a similar traffic light system like the other departments, with green and orange and red, just so we can see really easily how you're tracking. Because at the moment, you know, even on this first page, your annual target is 100%. You've got your tolerance, but we don't know what you've actually achieved. You're just missing it on all the pages. And maybe it's a formatting error.
Yeah, because we do have actuals against.
Yeah, so if just for next time, if you can, remove that grey box, because it's on every page, so I can't actually see any of your actuals, unfortunately. And then if you could just move to have that traffic light system with the green, orange and red. Yeah, okay, so it's just hidden too? Yeah. Okay, so then maybe, I don't know if we can have this reissued without the grey box. And just with the actuals, just so we can see, because we can't.
Mr. Chair, I might just explain. if we actually look in the that attachment 7 where the change is contained, which is what we're looking on at the screen at the moment, that's just showing that section. It's formatted the same if you look back in the actual report for ISG in the attachment for ISG. So yes, it will have exactly the same format. The only bit that is being changed is that bit with the line through it. And so that's why we've showed it in that way. So if we go back to the area where it currently exists, you'll see it has the same indicator on the right-hand side. It's just covered up in that format, but we're not changing the indicator. So we're only demonstrating what is actually being changed in the attachment 7.
Fabulous, thank you.
If any further questions of ISG? If not, thank you, Eric, and we'll move on to planning. General Manager Nicola.
Good afternoon, and I'm happy to take the paper as read and open up to any questions that councillors may have.
Yeah, thank you, General Manager. Any questions or other requests? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair, through you. Thanks, Dr. Nicola. I've asked the same question of all GMs, which is basically thank you for this information in general terms. What's your summary? What's going well? What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? Please.
Absolutely, thank you. So what we've done within our branch, we obviously went through the restructure. We've rewritten our risks. So we've done a lot of the general governance behind the restructure, and we're sort of addressing gaps in terms of what governance issues there were there. And you'll see here even things like making sure that there are project management frameworks consistent with TRC's model. We're applying those back over older projects that were undertaken. Essentially, we are obviously committed to helping council meet its, whether it's vacancy redundancies or MSOE targets, and that means we are continuing to carry high levels of vacancies. And what we have done as a team is made sure that we've moved the positions that we do have to areas where there are statutory requirements. So we are almost fully stocked in terms of staff for planning, for planners, and then also for engineering. Certainly for Jade's area as well in place, a lot of those roles are statutory, whether it's architecture or landscape referrals, those types of things, and the building certifiers. And we're continuing to carry a lot of vacancies in economic development. So Dane and I have stepped in so we've got secondary roles there with Dane and I doing a lot of the work so that we can continue to progress things like the economic development strategy. So Dane and I are doing that ourselves with assistance from Dave and team, which is absolutely fabulous. But we're very cognizant of the fact that if there starts to be impacts in terms of our statutory timeframes, then we'll have to have a rethink and look at how we continue to run our business as best we can in the community and the customer's interest.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Nicola, I appreciate it's probably too early to be captured here, but just in terms of the targets for the gentle density for the state and all of those sort of new impositions, how are we going to capture that? And will it be captured, I guess, to see how we're tracking against what's required of us?
Thank you. And that's a very good question because it really applies to a lot of the KPIs that we're seeking to meet, particularly with whether it's Toowoomba Regions Futures Project, etc. Shaping SEQ, our requirement to respond to that, obviously in council's interests, and also to then take into account the data and the modelling provided by the state and also the state initiatives and directions, did mean that for Toowoomba Regions Futures it has pushed it back. At the moment we're waiting for some final data, as are all the networks, because our networks rely on our branch to put those, or our group services to put out those numbers, whether it's water and waste or transport, etc. So we're waiting on some final data before we do what would be the final run of the modelling. So we're sort of in a little bit of a holding pattern at the moment, and that will impact things like timeframes for all of the networks, whether we're developing the LGIP or finalising the planning scheme, going out for community consultation. So it has had a big impact, and it's really a bit of a it's quite dynamic, because we do expect to see some more announcements about initiatives that will impact on things like our planning scheme and LGIP in the lead up to the state government election. So at the moment we're just taking any new information as it comes, looking at how it impacts, and putting together strategies so that we can keep moving forward.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. Nicola, page 150 of 277 on board books. I don't know what, 128 or 161. Just had a question about the green infrastructure strategy. I know that you've said, and in relation to that, internal working group has not yet been formed. It looks like it's staffed. Do we have I'm not sure whether you said Jade's area is full complement, or is it still short? If it is, have you got an idea of timing on that, and when I note there's a comment above it about application for funding. Do we know when that's likely to progress?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So for Jade's group, they've still got a few recruitment advertisements. They have filled some key roles. So we have our principal architect, Stephanie, has just started this week, I think. Last week, which is very exciting. I think she's had some previous work here at council. So Jade has been able to fill those roles. Where we've advertised roles, we actually get a really great response. So I think the reputation of working with Team P&D is out there, and we've attracted people back from other councils, which is important. In terms of this particular project, I can provide further details. I'll check with Jade. However, for that Environment Advisory Committee, so that last one was held and obviously won't be reformed till after the next election. And that may have played a factor in terms of the internal working group. However, I'll take that question away and email you a response after I liaise with Jade.
Yeah, I would have thought the advisory committee would have been separate to an internal working group, given that it'd have a range of staff or stakeholders within the organisation. That's what I took as an internal working group. Yeah.
Thank you, and that may be the case, and I should say, so some of our environmental officers have just moved down from planning to Jade's area as well, so we still have a few little internal changes and some roles to fill.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. No further questions? Mayor?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Nicola. Just on page 143 or 121 within the report itself, I just wanted to highlight the enormous shift, if you like, of interaction with industry that you've led under your leadership in regard to the engagements with UDIA, DERG and LGMA conference, etc. To have a target of 5 and reach 72, you'd almost think that's an overreach, but I would suggest to you that was required, and it seems that that's been very well received, so much so that you've got another one coming up as well, an industry-led forum. So I guess from your perspective, having been here now for the period of time, are you seeing that relationship with those organisations just through sheer communication actually working better for the decision-making arm of council as well? Is it helping to materialise the thoughts and minds of those who are involved in the industry into the organisation?
Absolutely, and that's a good question. And I should say, this is probably on the lower amount of what I've been doing in each each quarter, but I'm making sure we accurately capture it. It is not useful for any community in terms of increasing that level of vibrancy and economic development if you have sort of conflict-laden communications and engagements. We've worked really hard in the last, I think I've been here for 15 months now, just to resolve any conflicts. It's a very different style of communication and engagement that we as a team bring, so we're not looking to be adversarial in any of our engagements. We're very frank and forthright. We act in the community's interest and we deliver the news, if it's bad, up front, and then work with anyone who is sort of seeking to do any development so that we can bring about a good outcome in the community's interests. So I think it was a change in the ideology, and the team is fully behind the way that we do things now, because they don't want to be coming to work in a conflict-laden environment, not only with external parties but also with each other. So we really set out to create a safe and harmonious workplace, and I think the flow-on effect is that it's also very customer service, so it's been a real benefit. So I'm speaking at UDAA tomorrow for Shaping SEQ. Next Monday we've got our second industry forum, which we will be hosting here at 5 o'clock, and councillors are invited. And I think I'm also meeting the new president and meeting again with the board of Chamber of Commerce. So I think the best thing that we can do for our community is make sure that we have really good relationships with those whose work and influence impacts on our community.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
There being no further questions, thank you, General Manager. That would complete the series of reports under this heading, and the motion that we have to consider is that Council 1 note the organisational performance and adopt the recommended change as outlined in the 2023-24 Operational Plan Quarter 2 Progress Report, July to December, and 2, receive a summary of the staff survey results in the new term of Council as soon as practicably possible. So could we have a mover for that motion? Question? Yep.
Along the lines of the questioning that Mayor Jeff had before about the retention stuff, notwithstanding that'll be presented, but I just had a question about that component. Will we get a level of detail of where staff movements in and out of the organisation? Is it possible to have that highlighted by each directorate?
So movements in the financial year to date?
No, staff exits.
Yes.
Where staff are coming in, is that possible?
Yes,
to have
yes.
An idea of where that's happening by each directorate as part of that retention information?
Sorry. The retention survey update for councillors, and you'd like that survey to include where the exits have been from council?
Yeah.
Yep.
And just
happy to take that one on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just... Look, if I take a helicopter view of it, I think it'd be useful for us to... We might actually identify where some of the hot spots or how we might approach that in the future, where those pressure points may be. Just thinking back on some of the discussion with the GMs this morning and today, yeah, well, now.
You're satisfied with the reply?
Happy to move, Chair.
Sorry. Yeah.
I'm happy to move the motion.
Oh, well.
I'll question.
To ask
a question.
Yep.
Through you, thank you, Chair. To the Mayor, would you consider amending part 2 of the motion so that it reads, receive a report of the staff survey? Because I don't think that it quite cuts it to just get a summary of the results. I'd like to check and match the questions that were asked, this one compared to the last one, and then we know we're comparing oranges with oranges, like with like. Thank you.
Are you happy to do that? So we replace the word summary with the word report, is that right?
It's actually probably my assumption that's what it would be, but that's fine. I'm happy with that.
And remove the word results.
Okay, well, number 2 will now read to receive a report of the staff survey in the new term of council as soon as practically possible. Any further discussion? If not, you're moving, the Mayor moves that motion. Seconder? Deputy Mayor seconders. Any discussion? All in favour? Carried. Thank you. The next, all right, no, thanks. Next item is the controlled entities, and it was to be Thon, but it looks like Andrew. So. Thank you, Andrew.
Good afternoon, councillors. So the purpose of this report is to provide council with quarterly information regarding the council's controlled entities. The financial reports are for the quarter ended 31 December for Toowoomba Strat Basin Enterprise Proprietary Limited, Empire Theatres Proprietary Limited, and Empire Theatres Foundation Limited, trading as trustee for the Empire Theatres Foundation. And I'll, through you, Chair, hand over to questions.
Any questions? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. So on Board Books, page 206, I was looking at the balance sheet for the foundation of the Empire Theatre and wondered if you could walk me through that, please.
Thanks, Andrew.
So that's the operating, like a statement of comprehensive income for the foundation. So part of their income is revenue received or funding received for the foundation's purposes, and obviously the grants that provide out through bursaries. Yeah, I'm not sure what more you'd like me to.
Sorry, Andrew, I'm just wondering, they're saying their year-to-date actuals a deficit of 18 with a variance of nearly 5. I'm just wondering, is that normal, I suppose? Is that just the process that they follow when they received a dividend, do they, from the Empire Theatre that is then used for these bursaries and things? Is that how it works? Does anyone know?
Sorry, Councillor. Yes, that's exactly how it works. So there's been very recently bursary awards from the Empire Theatre Foundation to quite a number of recipients, which I believe was included in this report. So that represents the expenditure component, whereas the income comes throughout the year. And there's also a substantial amount on the balance sheet. That's actually the income statement that we're viewing there. It's not the balance sheet, but on the balance sheet there are some retained funds from a bequest a number of years ago.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. So really this is just a vehicle, this account is just a vehicle to put them in, use them and get it out again, empty it out again and start afresh, is that right?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yes.
No further questions?
Thanks, Chair. Through you, I'm having some problems with Board Book, but my notes are, if we go to page 196 and then also 202, so these are the employee expenses dating back 2020. So for both TSBE and the Empire, when I look at the past 4 years and the trend, we've basically, if this is to continue, we should expect in this 2024 for both entities a doubling over the last 4 years of employee expenses. And so I guess the question, and it probably might be one that would have to be taken and put to both entities, but why is that? A doubling in employee expenses, is that because there are more employees, or is it because of wages? And if it is the former, what return on the increase in employee numbers are those organisations seeing?
I'm happy to address that one. In both entities, the employee expenses are activity related. So if you look at activities in 2020 and 2021, most definitely COVID impact. So there should be a strong relationship between the grants that come in for TISB. So the more grants they receive for particular projects, the higher their employee expenditure will be. With the Empire Theatre, it will be related to activities. So the number of events that are being held.
Thanks very much for that, Anne-Marie. I guess then the follow-up question would be, from both boards' perspectives, do they anticipate that trend to continue and increasing rises and doublings in the employee expenses or not? And is that commensurate to the activities and the income generation and the engagement with each organisation? I think it's one for the community to consider, because ratepayers' money is a part of this. So we need to make sure that we're watching those employee expenses and noticing that trend.
So I'm happy to take that one on notice for the next quarterly reporting and make sure there's a comment included on the trends and employee costs in particular.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, then the motion is that the Council note the quarterly reports as at 31st of December 2023 for the controlled entities, Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise Pty Ltd, Empire Theatres Pty Ltd and Empire Theatres Foundation Ltd as trustee for the Empire Theatres Foundation. Could I have a mover for that motion? Councillor O'Hara Sullivan and Councillor Farquhar seconding. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Yep. Next item is the 2023-24 asset re-evaluations. Mary Lou Curry. Thank you, Mary Lou.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. I'd like to present an overview of the property, plant and equipment comprehensive revaluation which has taken place recently. The roads and bridge, drainage and aerodrome asset classes were revalued with the asset revaluation in accordance with the asset revaluation matrix. The overall impact was an increase of 3.72% to the fair value of council's property, plant and equipment, which has impacted on the annual depreciation of council's assets with an additional 1.67 million per year. This has been reflected or will be reflected in budget review too. Through you, Chair, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Just you'll note that the attachment to information is confidential. If you bear that in mind with respect to your questions. Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Summerfield, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mary Lou. Just in relation to the drainage, can you explain to me why that was such a large jump?
Yes, certainly. With the drainage class, it's a unique class in that we don't construct our own assets mainly. A lot of them are the contributed assets that are done by developers and what have you. So it's quite difficult to get the evidence of costings. And there has been a methodology change according to the standards, which has resulted in a change of how the drainage class is valued from the last revaluation.
Yeah, okay, thank you, that makes sense. And I hope you start to feel better soon. You don't sound so great. So probably a bigger question to you, perhaps, Brian, would be around, you know, we always talk about depreciation impacts on our budget, and just wondering whether we're doing anything to try and work with the state government or whoever we need to work with to try and reduce this impact on our finances. When we often talk about the state government doesn't do this, why do we have to do it? And just wondering what we can be doing to try and get some sort of relief from this big impost on our budgets. Thanks.
Well, I think we have to work within the accounting rules to account for depreciation, and Emery will be able to add further into that one. But whatever it is there, that money, it's obviously then available for, has to be accounted for renewing and replacement of assets. So those parameters I think are set through the accounting rules, and I don't know whether the state particularly sets those or not, and is there any advantage in doing that, in that the money is basically returns anyway?
I might just add to that one. So if we're looking at that figure of around 120 million, that's in our books in the P&L every year for depreciation. So it is a non-cash expense. But if we are not providing for that, if we net that amount off in the P&L, so what actually happens, that 120 is used for renewing, replacing, not in the P&L, but in our capital works programme. So that depreciation is used in the capital works depreciation going forward.
Thanks, Emery, and thanks, Brian. Look, I understand that at the moment that's what we have to do, and that I also understand that that's the reason why it's there. It's not my first rodeo. However, what I'm asking here is, can we be pushing back to try and find out what can happen? Because we can have that money sitting there, but at the same time, if we've got a really proactive grants officer, looking forward to getting a grants report where we actually have applied for grants and whether we've been successful in those. That could change it all. If we can get 50% funding for replacement of this infrastructure or whatever, that changes it all. So I don't think we should be doing it because that's the way we've always done it and that's what's expected of us. I think we should be asking questions, the tough questions, and I don't know who we ask. That's a question for you to think about, who we should be asking about, and maybe it's through the LGAQ, I don't know, but that we be lobbying, whoever it is we lobby, to try and get rules changed so that there is opportunity for us to get some sort of relief in our budget, because down the track, when we're replacing infrastructure, there could be potential for us to be getting some sort of subsidisation, but at the same time I don't want to leave the organisation vulnerable like we have done with the spillway upgrade either. So, you know, it's a bit of a catch-22 one, but I don't think we should just keep doing things because that's the way we've always done them either. I think we should be questioning things. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Carl?
Thanks, Chair. Slightly different to Councillor Nancy, but along the same lines. Anne-Marie, I know you bang the desk long, loud and clear about renewal versus new. And this is where we've got to be balanced about. We build new stuff, it hits our asset register, then we've got to depreciate it, and that's what sends our bill north. So, what sort of, in your opinion, you're what I would term an insider, sitting there that speak with other colleagues across the industry and professionally across the sector within local government. Where's the push? Where's the push really need to come from? And I'm thinking, when, along Councillor Nancy's comments about funding, when are they actually going to look at funding renewal instead of new? Because we all know, if you ask any local government boardroom in this state, we all know, and if for that matter the nation, we're facing an infrastructure cliff. It's coming to the end of its useful life in great volumes. Now we're on our program of renewals. But because lots of stuff across the state was put in around the same time, when governments collectively going to realise that there is great benefit in lifting together to try and overcome the infrastructure cliff? You know, that goes for all levels of government. What's our best approach to get funding for the real stuff that we need to replace, rather than the shiny bells and whistles that we just want to put up because it looks good and feels great?
So there's a couple of ways to answer that. So the Australian accounting standards, which we are governed by, which every other local government is governed by, and our annual audit every year make sure that we are adhering to those Australian accounting standards, and Mary Lou has referred to them in her report. So they stipulate how we depreciate, how we record that depreciation. Our auditing standards look at how our books are audited and what's reviewed. That depreciation is to fund renewals. So if we are doing too many new upgrade projects, that's what impacts on our sustainability. If we were to, if we were in greater difficulties than we are, so obviously our 270 million dam safety project is an upgrade project. We will be looking, as we're delivering that project, what we can class as renewal and what's upgrade, and there will be some new components as well with that project. That's going to put a huge impact on our depreciation going forward. So not just over the 3 years to deliver the project, but over the next many years through depreciation. So it is, as Councillor Nancy said, making sure we get those grants. That's what we have to do. We know that the grants are for new projects, they're not for our upgrades. To spend our depreciation on renewal projects is what we should be doing.
Yeah, look, notwithstanding, we've got to show that we've got skin in the game and be prepared to stump up a reasonable amount around depreciation, and we've got to be sustainable about that. But how do we collectively as local government push back and say we really want to focus more on funding support for renewal of assets? Because at the end of the day, if a local government, I'm not saying we're in this position, but there are numbers of local government authorities across the state that are in far worse condition than us. If they fall over, the state has to pick up the pieces. So, you know, it's only as good as the weakest link, the chain. So how do we, and is that through your professional organisation as part of LGAQ and collective with representative part of the organisation?
We're currently under our annual credit review, so I'd be happy to discuss that with the various bodies, with QAO, and it's something that we can most definitely raise at Audit Committee, where we'll have those various representatives around the table.
Yeah. And it's not about crying poor me, but it's a reality check. Local government would have the vast majority of infrastructure in its ownership and responsibility just by the sheer fact of the broad depth of what we deal with. So we've got to deal with that collectively, whether we're a ratepayer or a taxpayer at both the state and federal level anyway. So yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. There are no further questions. Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Just on that, thank you. Appreciate the comments that have been made around depreciation and the accounting figures, but I don't think we're going to manage to be able to change too many of those. But the issue with it all is it still hasn't been addressed, the fact that, for instance, if you're making a road wider, the whole lot is considered to be capital works rather than part of it. And that in itself is dishonest and it's not correct. And that is where the accounting standards are quite unacceptable in my view, and it doesn't pass the pub test, for want of a better word. So, you know, anything that's being upgraded, if it's not being renewed, it isn't all capital works, and that is where I think we need to be putting our energies, in trying to change that. And I know LGAQ have tried it, but it really is important for that to happen.
Might be reason for another motion coming up for the next LGAQ conference. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Thanks, Anne-Marie, and thanks, Mary Lou. I ask that you bear with me with this, because I had to read this report a couple of times, to be honest, to understand it. And I think I got there, but I just need to run my understanding by you. So when at first I saw that reference to fair value, and I didn't understand what that meant. So, you know, going through a few times, we look at the gross replacement cost of the asset, and the depreciation expense, and that gives us the average life of the asset, and then whatever that. Why this is important then is because that depreciated replacement cost divided by the depreciation expense will give us the average, the remaining useful life of an asset. Is that right? Okay, good, thank you. So then I guess my question is, we've got this recommendation to note the report, and there are some variations that have been revealed in that report. But my question is, what do we do with this information? Because it seems to me that it is indicating to us some things that we need to be noting about the remaining useful life of our assets, and that then feeds into our 10-year capital works plan. So that's my question. What do we actually do with this information, and how do we apply it to those strategic financial planning documents?
Okay, can I address that in two parts? So the first part, as a response of the revaluation, is part of the requirements that our financial statements that are audited every year, the line that says property, plant and equipment must be with a fair value. Okay, so it's what is it at today's rates, and that's what a revaluation does. It states it at today's rates. Yeah. So that's what we do. We go in and to the asset register and we adjust all the values to reflect that, and that's audited every year via the PPE note, note 12. So on the other side of it, yes, it does go then and restate the assets at their whatever the useful life. So that's a process that we do in finance, that we go in and we do all this little magic, and it says asset A now has only 10 years or 20 years, and then that then should translate to what useful lives are remaining on that particular asset, and then feed into the planning that's required by the asset custodians.
Okay, thank you. So when that next output piece of work happens, does that come back to council? I know that there's hundreds of thousands of assets, so not for us to see all of the assets, but the trends or any outliers, does that come back to us so that we can see, you know what, we probably haven't been, we've been undershooting or overshooting a particular asset class? How does that come back to us?
Through the asset management plans is when that should pick up. Okay. So that the asset custodians would look at asset A and go, oh goodness me, I need to replace that in 10 years, or that's a very simplified example, okay, of course, but that's technically how it should feed back through into the asset management plans, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then that information goes to QTC, and then they use that, as we do as well, to look at our long-term financial sustainability. All of these are inputs into our long-term financial sustainability.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And then I just flagged next the 24-25 financial year water and waste. That's going to be a doozy. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Will there be any need to discuss the attachment? If there is, then we have to go to confidential. If not, we'll move the motion that the 2024-25 asset revaluation matrix 10 year plan in attachment 1 and the confidential final valuation report in attachment 2 on the 2023-24 asset revaluations be noted. Motion, Councillor Edwina, seconded Councillor Carl. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, Haley. We have to go into it. We do have to go into it, do we? So we have to go into confidential. All right. We need a motion now that we go into confidential to discuss the next two items. The Mayor moves Councillor O'Shea. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you. So the next item apologise for my oversight to councillors and for those watching online. Overlooked to give the reason for the recommendation to consider the last matter in closed meeting format. This report outlines progress made with regards to Council's cybersecurity posture, and therefore it is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3F. Matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals of Local Government Regulation 2012. The motion before us then is that the Information Communication and Technology Governance Risk and Compliance Update January 2024 report be noted. Do I have a mover for that motion? Councillor Edwina and the Mayor. Seconder. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Before concluding, could I, bearing in mind this is the last committee meeting of the 4 years, that goes too quickly when you, particularly when you get to certain ages, it goes even more quickly, you'll find. How much I've enjoyed being in the finance area. It was, to begin with, and for quite some time, to be honest, a maze, but always fresh and new information and items to understand. I've been greatly assisted by, you couldn't strike a better mentor than the chair of finance, the now mayor, previously the deputy mayor, and the general manager, Anne-Marie, and all of her staff. There's not one person there that who wasn't capable of explaining to me anyway, and having the patience to explain to me the ins and outs of what I regard as a complicated area of work that we undertake in the council. So I wanted to thank you for your tolerance and expertise that all of you have performed over that period of 4 years. I'm sure I speak for Councillor Edwina, who's been here in the last probably 6 months, is it now? And she comes from a business background, but probably, and not probably, but certainly more able to understand the nuances and ins and outs of this area, and I know is enjoying her role, and she's a delight, of course, to work with as well. So just pardon me for taking that opportunity to express those feelings. Thank you. I think that might conclude the meeting, so far as it relates to this portfolio. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. We've got the Economic Development Committee for the 14th of February, the last one for this term, and I welcome all of you here to be part of what will be quite a short Economic Development Committee meeting, our last one. Acknowledge CEO Brian, Deputy Mayor Rebecca, and all councillors, and those present, not only in the room, but those many hundreds watching online. We do appreciate your attendance this afternoon. The items are small today, in fact they're nil. However, there are some things to work through just by way of course of procedure, and that is that we open the meeting by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyval and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to the elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. We do have an apology from Councillor McMahon, and we do need a motion for that. So a call for a motion. Apology from Councillor Tim. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Councillors, that really does conclude the meeting for the Economic Development Committee, and obviously we're back next week for our ordinary meeting of council, and followed by our final ordinary meeting of council on the 5th of March as well. So I'll get the opportunity to obviously say some words then about this term, and councillors that have already indicated that they aren't running for the next term of council. But with that said, the Economic Development Committee for February is now closed. Thank you, Kirsten.